Yeah, so everybody, we're just going to play a short video while we're waiting for everybody to come into the meeting here today, and then we'll start on the presentation.
With the likes of the staff here, they're help. I'm always looking to better myself. With the likes of the staff here, they're helping me, showing me different ways I can do either online courses or join courses.
The importance of literacy skills are really about helping people to reach their potential. From reading your medication to posting a letter to shopping, bills, and just everyday part of living. Low literacy skills have a huge impact on society and on how people engage and their confidence and ability to engage. The Adult Literacy for Life strategy was launched by SOLAS in 2021. The strategy aims to realise the full potential of individuals by meeting their literacy needs in a different way than before.
I'd love to get out of the city every morning when I called here. The fresh air, the food, the people, the talks, the chats, the laughs.
It's just natural Irish life.
Yeah, that's what you call it.
That's it.
We're doing CVs and QQFs. Basic skills like reading, writing, improving literary. Yeah.
Well, I'm the director of the National Programme Office for Adult Literacy for Life. We were set up really to bring the strategy from something that's written down into something that's achieved and makes a real difference to people's lives. There's a significant amount of funding that goes into literacy in Ireland and has been for many years. The Adult Literacy for Life is a new strategy, and what we're trying to do is bring together all the great stuff that's happening and really surface it and help people work more together. There are certain groups within Irish society who are more likely to have unmet literacy need, and they would include, for example, people with a disability, long-term unemployed, our prison population, people with an historic conviction, new migrants, asylum seekers and refugees. The fault is not with the individual or with the group, but with the state and society. So obviously when it comes to these groups that we know have greater levels of unmet literacy need, there is an onus on the state and society to respond to that. In the end, we were able to fund 51 projects all across the country, and I suppose really a wide variety of projects. There were traditional literacy projects, numeracy, but also into the area of digital literacy, health literacy, financial literacy, all these different areas. There isn't a county in Ireland that didn't benefit from it.
Every night when we do a lesson in cooking, we write down the evaluation on our evaluation sheets, the ingredients and the taste and the texture of the food. Because sometimes you know the thing, but you don't know the right way to describe it. So now I know that this is fluffy, this is soft, this is golden brown. And it also helped with my English in knowing the terms. When you write that I used a whisk, you have to think, how do I spell whisk? How do I spell saute? All those words.
Impact isn't, I suppose, just about the numbers. It's not about how, the greater number of people, but also what is the impact on that person's life? How it might have changed their life. So, for example, those projects in digital literacy where people were encouraged or supported to use even technology assistance, whether it's a reader pen or whatever it is. What difference has it made to their life? Can they use that again?
So SOLAS vision in the collaborative approach to the ALL strategy was really driven by us being better together. So while we're all delivering what we know is a good service in different areas and trying to make a difference and remove barriers, this initiative was really different because it was about maximising all of what we're doing. And we've loads of examples of where that collaboration is yielding such good results.
So having a voice is central to any literacy programme, and this course gives them a space to use their voice and has a big impact on their confidence in reading and writing.
So with 1 in every 6 people in Ireland having literacy difficulties, we have this strategy that will improve the feeling that those people have and the confidence that those people have in their literacy ability.
Well, I knew some things about the course beforehand, but not everything. There were some things I still didn't know, and this course actually opened my eyes to that. To say, how to go about asking what you need, but in the right way to ask it. I now know how to find the information, where to go, who to ask, and not be afraid to ask.
This project was supported by the Collaboration and Innovation Fund as part of the Adult Literacy for Life strategy.
So thank you everybody for joining us today. My name is Claire McNally and I'm the Outreach and Development Lead here in the Adult Literacy for Life office in Solis. I'm joined by a number of my colleagues, regional literacy coordinators, but also colleagues in my office here, Helen Ryan and Edith Conway. And I'm going to talk you through the process of applying for the Adult Literacy for Life, the Collaboration and Innovation Fund. Just to let you know that we are recording this presentation today, so we'll make that available to you or for anybody else that wishes to watch the recording afterwards. And we'll share all of these slides with you. And of course, we're also on the phone as well if anybody has any questions, but we will stay on as long as we need to if anybody wants to ask questions at the end of the presentation. So the presentation is, broadly speaking, just put into two parts, which is I just want to give you a very quick overview of the Adult Literacy for Life strategy and the rationale for it, and then very quickly get into the process for applying for the Collaboration and Innovation Fund. That video that we just played at the beginning was referring back to the 2023 Collaboration and Innovation Fund, which was a fund of 1 million that supported approximately 50 projects around the country and support individuals with unmet literacy, numeracy and digital literacy needs. So the rationale for all of this work is that, we know that there are many people who struggle with reading, writing, maths, digital skills, and that can prevent them from fully participating in society. So the last statistics show us that 1 in 6 individuals have unmet literacy needs and many more have unmet numeracy and digital literacy needs. And what literacy means today, and I think it's important to explain this in the context of, I suppose, the Collaboration and Innovation Fund, it means being able to perhaps support your family's learning and literacy. It's about being able to do your job or apply for work. It's about being able to manage your health and understanding health information to make informed decisions. It's about being able to understand health and safety notices, and it's being able to perhaps even budget. So literacy encompasses all of those skills that we need to be able to participate fully in society, be that in their community or learning new skills to keep in contact with family and friends. And it has much more than just the technical skills. It has personal, it has social, emotional and even economic dimensions. So just to bear that in mind, that literacy means all of those skills and competencies to be a confident person navigating a very complex modern world. The Adult Literacy for Life strategy is a 10-year strategy that really its vision is to ensure that everybody has those necessary skills to fully engage in society and realise their potential. It means that if somebody wants to improve their literacy, numeracy or digital literacy skills, that they're able to do that wherever they are. We know that many people are actually in the workplace who may have difficulty with different aspects of tasks that they're asked to do on a daily basis, but that they be able to be supported to do those in a multitude of settings. Obviously, the Education and Training Boards are the statutory provider of adult literacy, numeracy and digital literacy classes, but equally there are also supports available in family resource centres, local development companies, libraries and in other community settings. So really the strategy is about shining a light on all of those, and if there are any gaps, ensuring that there are more supports available. We also, as a whole of society strategy, want to ensure that if anybody has unmet literacy, numeracy or digital literacy needs, that they are not prevented from accessing a service, because that also creates a huge barrier for individuals in being able to make informed decisions both for themselves but also for their families and for their communities. So the whole of society approach to the 10-year strategy is really that we work with all those providers of services and supports to ensure that they are as accessible for anybody with unmet literacy needs, so that they're not prevented from accessing services or information or making informed choices. The strategy itself, this looks like a very complex slide, but it just means that there is a national office here in Solas that is, very much working with a national coalition of individuals who are committed to driving all the aims and objectives of the strategy. But I suppose most importantly is supported by 16 regional adult literacy coordinators who are based in the education and training boards around the country. And I'll be talking a little bit more and introducing some of those adult literacy coordinators later in the presentation, because they may be very much your local contact to find more about the strategy and about activity that is happening locally. They are currently developing local regional literacy action plans for each of the regions, and they'll be able to tell you more about what's happening locally and equally about projects that you may want to discuss in relation to the Collaboration and Innovation Fund. In the fund, this is one of the national coalitions, regional coalitions that has been established in Donegal, but these have been established in all the ETB catchment areas, and it'd be very worth your while, to find out more about what is happening in your local area. Sorry, much as asked, if there's anybody who has a mic on there, just
But Claire, you've gone on mute.
Thank you.
Yes.
Sorry, everybody, for that. And thanks for pointing that out, Deirdre. So there are approximately 12 priority cohorts that there is a strong focus on in relation to the Adult Literacy for Life strategy. And this might be just useful to know in relation to when you're applying for the Collaboration and Innovation Fund. But equally, we are also looking at the the life skills and literacy in that context of life skills, of having the confidence perhaps to, read a bedtime story or support your family's learning, to be able to understand health information, maybe to arrange a follow-up appointment with a doctor, to be able to learn new skills such as online skills or online assessments, to be able to manage finances. So that's the lens in which the Adult Literacy for Life strategy is very much looking through all of these life skills. So I'll move now on to the Collaboration and Innovation Fund. The Collaboration and Innovation Fund was launched last year by Minister Simon Harris, and it is very much a fund that seeks to fund projects or activities that support those aims of the Adult Literacy for Life strategy, and indeed really support individuals with unmet literacy, numeracy or digital literacy needs gain those skills, or, as I said before, that encourage organisations or society to be more accessible to individuals with unmet needs. So last year, approximately 1 million was provided to about 50 organisations around the country to run projects that did that. And I'd encourage you perhaps just to look at the Adult Literacy for Life website. And there's a menu item called Funding Call. And in that you can actually find out more about those projects, those 50 projects that were funded last year. And they'll give you a very good sense of the depth and breadth of projects that happened around the country and the impact that they had in their local communities. But if anybody was looking for ideas of the kinds of projects that were funded last year, that's a very good starting place. And indeed, there's about 10 videos there as well that explain some of the projects that were funded. This year, the fund was launched just a few weeks ago by Minister Harris, and there's slightly more money, which is great, available this year. There's 1.25 million available. There's 1 million is available to fund local projects in any county in Ireland, and an additional $250,000 is available to fund national projects. Now, some of you might be wondering what's the difference between a regional and a national project. A regional project generally has an impact in one area, for example, 1 or 2 counties. It's perhaps focused on a specific group of people or a specific activity or project. Whereas a national project would be one that would have a national remit and could be perhaps scaled up to, provide supports at a national level. For example, last year there were a number of projects that were about developing teaching and learning materials that could then be shared right across the country. So that's just one example of a national project versus a regional project. But again, you'll be able to see that if you look at if anybody needs clarity on that, they'll be able to speak to ourselves in the programme office or to their regional literacy coordinator. How do I apply? There's an online application form that you need to complete. It has approximately 50 questions, but the questions by and large are quite standard. And the deadline for completing that application is in about just over 2.5 weeks' time, so Thursday, the 4th of April. We would encourage you just to read the guidelines beforehand. It's a short document that will outline all the different types of questions that you'll be asked, and I'll just touch on those in a minute. But it'll just prep you so that you have the information before you go on to the online application form. Who can apply? Well, organisations that work in the public or the not-for-profit or the community and voluntary sector can apply for the Collaboration and Innovation Fund. So it's only not available to individuals and private sector organisations. The main criteria for getting the fund, and the clue is in the title, it's called the Collaboration and Innovation Fund. So the collaboration part means that there must be at least 2 organisations involved. So the aim of the Adult Literacy for Life strategy is really to, encourage many organisations to work together and to support individuals with unmet needs. So the purpose of this fund is to encourage as much collaboration as possible as well. We also are keen to support new and innovative projects, so not projects perhaps that have been done before in your area. And obviously, the core criteria for getting the funding is that it actually benefits individuals with unmet literacy, numeracy or digital literacy needs. Obviously, we'll be looking that the project is good value for money, but the threshold for a local project is anything from €1,000 up to €25,000. And if it's a national project, that threshold increases to 50,000. The main things that you'll be asked for in the application are the names and addresses and contact details of the organisation. So obviously there'll be a lead organisation and partner organisations. You can have as many partner organisations as you want involved in the programme, but like I said, there just has to be 2 at a minimum, and that's the lead and the partner organisation. So that's the first section of the application form, is just the names, addresses and contact details of those organisations. You will be asked for, your company or charity or your tax information about those organisations, just so that that can be checked. The second section will ask you questions about details about the project and how it will benefit participants. So where the project is going to take place, what is going to be delivered, what's the purpose of the project, approximately how many participants do you think will take part in the project. So very general questions about the project that you are proposing. The third section will ask you questions in relation to the cost of the project and how funding will be spent. So why you're asking, whatever you're proposing the project to cost or seeking funding for, this is just the section where you're asked some information about that. And then you'll be asked for just financial details of your organisation, because if you're successful, they would be required in order to receive the funding. And then the final element, which we actually ask for up front, just so that there's no confusion, is just signed declarations from all of the organisations that they are aware that they are, being included in this application for the Collaboration and Innovation Fund. So that's, broadly speaking, the way that you apply for the fund. And I thought what would be useful now is just to invite, 3 of the ETB regional literacy coordinators, just to say a few words about the projects that were funded last year. So I'll just ask Edel Finan, if she's there, just to speak to what happened in Waterford City and Wexford. Are you there, Edel?
I am indeed, Claire.
Go ahead.
So this slide that Claire has put up there is from a collaboration between Waterford Library Services and Respond Housing. And they applied to the fund last year and were successful, and then delivered 2 literacy-based summer programs for parents and their children. And it was for Respond Housing tenants and service users. So the participants attended 4 mornings a week, or else it was in the afternoon on the second week. So there was over 20 families that benefited from this particular initiative, and that was 26 adults and 44 children. So a great family learning initiative. And the approach of the project was that learning was through doing, and all literacy-based activities. They might have been crafts, DIY, fitness, Lego, relaxation and storytelling, and cooking. And that's just an example of some of the things that the participants benefited from. The participants were also provided with a pack to support the continuation of the literacy activities in the home after the programme, which was of great value to these participants. The participants typically wouldn't have been able to access camps like this previously due to barriers like access and funding. So transport was provided and the camp was free. People with disabilities participated, fathers, mothers, children all participated. So it really demonstrated that literacy skills can be developed through routine daily activities. It's not all about, it is all about participating fully in society, and that's what this camp showed. It was very successful.
Thank you, Edel. And these are just a couple of other projects that were run in Waterford, Wexford as well. You can find out more about these projects as well on the website. But I think just Edel's kind of summary there gives a very good synopsis of organisations working together to run a project in an innovative way. I'll just see is Kynwyn there just to talk through a project that is an IT hub. Kynwyn, are you there?
Yes, hi Claire.
Sorry, I should just introduce you. Kynwyn is the Regional Literacy Coordinator in Cavan Monaghan ETB.
Thanks, Claire. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, the Techno project was a project that was run in conjunction with Monaghan Libraries. So they were actually the lead project on this, and the EMETB was an additional part. CMETB was an additional partner. So they ran drop-in digital skills clinics in the libraries in Monaghan, particularly popular in Monaghan Town and in Carrickmacross. The way it worked was that the ETB provided the tutor, the library provided the venue, did the advertising, and also took the course bookings. And it was a drop-in 1 hour, so we ended up having to make it a booking session because it was just so popular. Initially, the idea was people would just drop in, but it was oversubscribed. So people could book an hour with a tutor and they could ask any question they wanted. So people could ask things like, how do I do my shopping online? One man just had an annoying alarm on his phone and he wanted to turn it off and he had no one else to ask. Somebody wanted to know how to use Google Translate because their son's new girlfriend was from Portugal and they wanted to be able to say a little bit of Portuguese to her. So it was people with questions like that who felt that if they would go to a class, they could be butting in or talking over somebody else. And they didn't want the embarrassment as well of asking in front of somebody else. So it was great for those people that they had somebody they could ask these questions of. It was also very popular with the library staff. They felt it was one of the best initiatives they'd had in a long time. It encouraged people into the library and it encouraged people to develop their skills and develop their confidence. So it was very successful. I think about 130 people engaged with it altogether, which was great. So we were delighted with that.
Thank you, Kynwyn. And I think that's a really good example of life skills. So skills that are preventing somebody from perhaps keeping in contact with family or friends, or that they just need to know straight away, as opposed to perhaps signing up to a course, or that they would prefer to do it this way. And I know that these IT hubs have been replicated in other areas around the country as well and have been hugely successful. I'll just see if Sinead is there. Sinead, are you there from Cork?
I'm here.
Yeah, great. So Sinead is the Regional Literacy Coordinator in Cork ETB. So I'll just go to you. Sinead, if you want to speak to this one.
Great, thanks, Claire. So we had 6 projects last year funded through the Collaboration and Innovation Fund across the city and county. They were all very successful and they were all brilliant. So we just chose 2 this morning, almost at random, because they really were all great, but maybe a little bit because they're slightly different. They stand out for being a bit different than what happened elsewhere. So this first one was a collaboration with West Cork Travellers Association as the lead partner, and Cork ETB. So the Cork ETB Centre and the West Cork Traveller Centre are right next door to each other down in Clonakilty. And then throughout the project, the Child and Family Support Services also rode in and kind of helped provide space for putting on workshops and putting on events. So it became more collaborative than even they thought at the beginning, which was good. So the name of the project was Growing Together, and it was a program, a series of workshops on mindfulness and meditation. So the idea was to put traveler health at the center of the workshops and at the center of the program. So we're kind of looking at health literacy there, but through mindfulness and through artistic expression, because I'll show you in a minute, or you can see it on your screen there, they also created some artistic pieces of work. So the whole series kind of provided a very untraditional route to not only looking at health literacy and wellness, but also ultimately improving some of those maybe more traditional literacy skills and also digital literacy skills. So the workshops took place over the course of 12 weeks in 4 different towns all around West Cork. The project hired a meditation teacher to run the workshops, and the participants learned first how to meditate, so how to sit silently and become aware of feelings, whether that's physical or emotional, and to begin talking about some of those things, which was really novel and life-changing for most of these participants. And then they took what they had learned about mindfulness and this kind of wellness to come up with almost like a mantra or a saying, and they wrote these mindfulness cards, and they were shown how to use some software. So they got their digital skills in there as well to create these cards. So they then printed these packs. So it shows for a second there on the screen, but they're a set of little cards that are photoed there, and they're for sale in various different spots around West Cork. But more than anything, the groups from all 4 different towns came together, almost like a little graduation ceremony at the end. And it really was a moving and very successful project for everyone involved. Great. And then this one was a collaboration led by UCC, and then partnered with NALA, the National Adult Literacy Association, as well as the University of Limerick and the University of Galway and the Technological University of Dublin. The project was called Numeracy Meets. So the meets were kind of a space for numeracy, adult numeracy tutors and teachers to come together in a meeting and in a workshop. So there were a series of virtual workshops that ran at lunchtime every Wednesday, every other Wednesday from September to December. And you can see just on the right there, the workshops covered teaching adults numeracy skills, and it focused every workshop on a different theme. So teaching numeracy to adults with language needs, to adults with dyscalculia, to the traveller community, to migrant learners in prisons, and also to ex-offenders and to mature adults. So you can start to see some of the target cohorts are listed there. This was a really powerful one because it taught teachers and tutors who can then turn around and 180 the resources that they got at these numeracy workshops into their own centres and beyond. And then as an output, the project also created a kind of a workbook with a summary of the resources and what was taught in each of these workshops. So that's the cover of it there on the left, that blue square. So it's available digitally. If anyone would like a copy digitally, please let me know. They're very happy for it to be spread far and wide. And they also have boxes of these workbooks that we're just in the process of getting distributed out to the adult literacy centres all around Cork. And I'm going to bring some up to my colleagues the next time I see them in person. So this is something that was relatively simple in some ways to run, but had an absolutely massive reach and was very, very popular with tutors. I think it may have been, Claire, you'll tell me, was one of the few, if not one of the only, that was really focused on numeracy. So I think the tutors really gobbled up the resources and the things that they could learn.
They did, and again, this is a good example of a national project because it obviously had a reach to tutors nationally, and whereas the project that Sinead explained in the slide beforehand was very much a local project that received funding for locally. So those are, you know, and thanks Sinead, Adele and Kaiman just for sharing those examples. There are like I said, there's 50 examples on the website, such as, you know, these digital drop-in centres. There's Donegal Travellers Project as well. But I just encourage you to look at the website if you want to see other projects that were funded last year. So I'll just quickly kind of cover maybe next steps is that like I said, I'll be sharing everybody's details. These are all the regional literacy coordinators, so I would encourage you to speak to your regional literacy coordinator if you haven't already, and I might just introduce people actually after a couple of slides here if there's a few more on the call. Please read the guidelines. Like I said, it's a short document, but it'll just prep you in relation to the information that you need to gather before filling in the online application. There are 5 documents that you'll be asked to get signatures on. So that's the signatory of the lead organisation to ensure that they agree to partner with you in this project, with the project partner as well, details on the project budget, and then also financial details or a bank authorisation form. And we've also got a document there that outlines all the questions. Like I said, there's kind of a maximum of about 50 questions, but that's if you had lots of partners involved. It's less questions if you had less partners involved. And all the organisations do need tax clearance documents as well. So those access numbers or reference numbers. So we don't want you starting the online application form without having those to hand. So you just might prepare that in advance. And like I said, the closing date is in approximately 2.5 weeks' time. It's on Thursday, the 4th of April. The link is on the website as well, which is this online application form that you'd need to fill out in one sitting. You aren't able to save the form and come back to it. It's better just that you have that information ready and that you complete it in the one sitting. What happens after you submit your application? Well, it'll be reviewed by a group of people with experience in adult literacy, numeracy and digital literacy, and together they'll decide the applications that receive the funding. Once those have been reviewed, you'll be told if your application was successful or not. Unfortunately, we did last year receive more applications than we had funding for, so we weren't able to funding all the applications, but we will promise to provide you with feedback on your application. And then if you're successful, obviously we'll provide you with information on what to do next. So just before I go to questions, I might just see if just to let you know, this is the website, and over on the right hand corner you'll see a menu item called Funding Call, and it has all the information to do. It has videos that you can watch about all the projects that were funded last year, and in this section you can even, you know, filter by the projects that happened in your area if you wanted to see what was funded, and equally it has links to the application form, so do start there if you can. It also has, like I said, Collaboration Innovation Fund, it has a link to it, the document to do with the guidelines for. So it has in these guidelines, which again are accessible through the website, it'll provide you with even more detail on the fund itself and how it's administered. So I might just see if there are any regional literacy coordinators on the call who would like to say hello, just to say who you are. So if I just call your name out and if I don't see you, let me know. Bernie, do you want to introduce yourself?
Hi everyone. Yeah, I'm in Galway, Roscommon, and I recognise a few people on the call that I've chatted to already. So feel free to email me or ring me.
Brilliant. Edel, you've spoken, but you might say hello again.
Hi everybody, Edel Finan from Waterford and Wexford region, and please don't hesitate to give me a call or an email and I'll do my very best to support you with putting a project or an application together.
Fiona in DDL.
Hi, how are you? It's Fiona Kavanagh, Dublin Dunleary area. Yeah, please feel free to give me a call, drop me an email, and I'll support you in whatever way I can.
Sinead down in Cork.
Hi, Sinead Maloney in Cork.
And Deirdre.
Hi everybody, Deirdre Gallagher in Kildare and Wicklow. Happy to speak to anybody in my region.
Kynwyn, say hello again.
Hi, I'm Kynwyn and I'm the Regional Literacy Coordinator for Cavan and Monaghan. So like everybody else, I'd be happy to talk to anybody who wants to discuss the fund with me.
Helen Walsh.
Hi folks, I'm Helen. I'm here in Kilkenny, Carlow, and I've been chatting with some of you already, but yeah, feel free to get in touch. Thank you.
I just can't see the others, if you wouldn't mind jumping in and saying hello.
Hi, I'm Anne-Maria Egan. I'm in Longford and Westmeath ETB. And if you are on this call or information session from Longford or Westmeath, please get in touch with me. I am new-ish into this role, as in I started in February time. So if you've worked with someone else in Longford and Meath or Longford Westmeath last year, you may not have met me. So please get in touch and introduce yourself, and I'll be happy to discuss your project with you. Thank you.
Right, is there any other regional literacy coordinators I can't see speak now?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, Anne-Marie, I'm in the Longford area. Could you put up your contact details, please?
Yep, no problem.
Thank you.
And what I'll do just at the moment is I'll just enter the chat. I am going to put in the guidelines document, the link to it. And at the end of that document is all the regional literacy coordinators' contact details, their email addresses, and I think their phone numbers as well. So please have a look at that. Or like I said, here in the programme office as well, we're very happy to take a call. My email address is claire.mcnally@solas.ie, and I'll share them all at the end anyhow. Any other regional literacy coordinators that I'm missing? Okay. So,
couple of questions, Claire, coming in here. So Edith has been kindly answering them as they've come in. So if people just want to do issue about rent and external tutors come up, so page 9 of the guidelines, please check them. And rent can be included, but indirect costs like rent can only be up to 10% of the project total. So again, people have a read of the guidelines and come back with any questions. Siobhan has asked, is this government funded and managed by SOLAS? And the answer is yes, funded by government and administered by ourselves. Next question about the time limit. So they do have to be finished by the end of the year. So that is I know a tight deadline for people. So, but again, talk to your regional coordinators, I think, and you have a good sense of being realistic about your timeframes on that. We had another query for the guidelines in Word document. So I think they're only on PDF on the website, but we can share them in Word, I'm sure. They're not on the website in Word. They're in PDF, but we look at that and can email them on.
Yeah.
Then there was another question here specifically about submitting a 3-strand program in the vein of something they did previously, but with different sessions. I think, again, discuss that with your regional literacy coordinator will probably be the first start, wouldn't it, in terms of engaging around adapting something they had done last year and adding more people in, or a different piece around that. I mean, we won't get into specific details here on this call, but maybe if people would link that question. So whoever that query is, it's in from somebody called Adult Education.
Okay.
Is that okay? And then another one then is about a new project, must be a new project. We would have done digital literacy project before. And if you were doing it again, but targeted different cohort, could that be considered new? Well, again, it shouldn't, I suppose the project shouldn't be something that should already be in existence, or possibly the ETB's core funding should be promoted, is probably already doing a lot of digital programs. So again, we can't answer that specifically until you go back and chat with your regional literacy coordinator about the type of project you have in mind. So Caroline, whoever you are and your region there, please have a look at your regional literacy coordinator list and give them their email address, and their mobile phones are in the list that we shared earlier and on page 17 of the guidelines.
Any other questions?
Mary has another question there. Mary Lynn, is it possible to seek funding to employ someone? Well, that would be part of the project, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah, that's a project cost. That's fine.
And then the last one, Siobhan, again, can funding cover translation services?
Yeah.
Again, yeah, that's part of it, yeah. So.
Any other questions come to mind just as we're answering them?
Siobhan has her hand up there, Claire, so Siobhan wants to
Siobhan,
unmute.
would you?
Sorry, I forgot to take it down from the last time.
Oh, good.
No worries.
Mary Lynn.
Hi, this is probably in the guidelines, so apologies, I haven't
No,
read
no.
them. But how, once you apply, what kind of turnaround are you looking at? Because I'm just thinking at the end of year deadline. So when would you know, I suppose, the results?
I think we'd be hoping in about 6 weeks after you apply.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Anybody else have a question come to mind? Aoife Marks.
Hi, how you doing? I'm the Health Project Coordinator with the Waterford Traveller Community Project here in Waterford. I've spoken to Edel previously. Hi, Edel. Can I just ask, it's probably a silly question, we're quite a small project. Do we have to go in collaboration with another project? What we had in mind is something quite small, like a small literacy programme, book club kind of thing. It is part of the guidelines, is it?
It is. That is a core requirement that you partner with at least one organisation. So hopefully maybe Edel can give you some suggestions on that.
Okay, no problem. Okay, thanks for that.
Thank you. Was there another hand there? Sorry, I just can't.
Yeah.
Adult education external, is that a hand up?
Hi there, it's Aisling here from the Women's Community Project in Mullingar. Hi, thank you so much for today. It's been very, very insightful so far. I see Anne-Marie Egan here as our wonderful adult literacy coordinator here in Longford Westmeath, and I think I have her head wrecked already. But I just want to ask, it was myself that put in about the 3-strand programme. I had something in mind for this fund, and there are, say, others here within our organisations that are looking to use ideas from previous fundings, not from previous all collaboration fundings, but from previous other strands, and to adapt them. Now, my understanding of it is, and I suppose I'm just looking for a bit of backup on this, is we are best not to do that. We are best, it's innovation for a reason. It's something that hasn't been done before. Is there a certain cut-off of, I know we were very lucky, we got National Lottery funding a couple of years ago to do a digital skills programme. And I see from some of the excellent projects that were on the slideshows there that digital skills is obviously a massive area, and it is one we find a lot of request for. Would it be something that if we are seen to have had like kind of similar veined projects previously, that we are less likely to be awarded the fund?
I'll attempt to answer that. I suppose our overall aim is to support innovation, but sometimes innovation can be doing a similar project, but using with different partners, or something, or that's hasn't been run perhaps in an area before. I mean, ultimately our aspiration is that where there are very good projects that have been run in the past, that we somehow try to mainstream them, and that we, so that they have a wider remit past the actual this year's fund. But that's certainly how we're looking at it at the moment. Is there innovation in the way that you're approaching the project?
Perfect. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, because to me it was innovative in that we hadn't done it before in the locality. So I just wanted to make sure we weren't going down the wrong avenue. Thank you so much again.
Thank you. And then adult education, I'm just seeing here with their hand up.
Sorry, that was me.
That was you, that was me, great. Sandra O'Keefe, please. We can hardly hear you. Yeah,
sorry,
thanks.
do you hear better? Sorry. Hi, I just wanted to ask, is there particular templates for reporting on the project, or is it, and
Yes,
where are they?
I'll let Edith answer that. You're on mute, Edith.
Sorry, there's an end of year report template, and that'll be sent out to projects that are running probably around September. It won't be sent out before then.
Okay, thank you.
Susan.
Yeah, I just noticed I really quickly scanned through the guidelines there as we're on the call. So the capital fund, that's limited to €1,000, is that correct?
Yes,
is that
even
if you're on a national, looking at a national project?
It is, yeah.
Is that okay, Susan?
Yeah, I just want to make sure I understood that correctly. It's just, you know, a project did look at a little bit of investment in ICT. So that's we'll have to have a look at that.
Thanks. Breda. You're just check your microphone.
Yeah,
Breda.
I'm on mute. Yeah, I think you've answered my question, because our project, we were thinking of going kind of down the gardening community garden route with looking at buying a shipping container to sell produce, but that's looking like that's not a go, because we wouldn't be able to buy the shipping container, would it? Because the max is €1,000 there. But maybe we could look at something else that may not go over the 1,000, or maybe they could make a hut themselves. Just thought of that now. Get them to make the hut or something.
Did you have anything to add there?
Yeah, no, I just answered that in the chat there. Yeah, so it's €1,000 is your capital limit. So
okay, all right.
Thank you, Shifra.
Hi, how are you? Shifra here. I'm Day Service Team Lead with Camp Hill Communities. Just a quick question with regards to applying for the funding in collaboration with another organisation. So with Camp Hill Communities, we have 3 different communities within the Kildare area. Would that work if my community, along with one of the other communities, apply? Would that be taken? Or would we have to go in with another actual different organisation outside of Camp Hill?
I think you'd have to go in with a different organisation outside of your own.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Aoife. Just check your mic there, Aoife. Now you're good.
Apologies, sorry. I'm just coming in the back of that girl's question from Camp Hill. So, like, there's various traveller projects around the country. So can we go in with one of those?
Yeah, if they're a different organisation, you know, if they have a different parent organisation to your own.
They'd be different parent organisations, but would be our main funding would come from the HSE. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I think that's. I mean, that's not a problem. It's whatever your organisation is, as long as they're a different organisation to yourselves.
Okay, lovely, thank you.
Did I skip over Aoife, Ní Choncair?
Yeah, will I ask?
Yeah, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks so much for today, and apologies for missing the first half. I was tied up with another meeting. But I just have a quick question in terms of a project that I support here in Cork. It's called Dolly Parton Imagination Library, and it's lovely to see Sinead here. She's a fabulous support to this particular group. So this initiative works with children aged 0 to 5. So we're looking for funding to purchase books for this cohort. And all the evidence tells us this is a major, I suppose, knock-on impact on family literacy and I'm just wondering, would this project be considered under these guidelines when the focus is on the 0 to 5 age group? But we very much encourage, I suppose, familial reading, and any evidence really showcases very strong evidence on family literacy as a result of the scheme.
Is there a project partner, Aoife, for the
Yeah,
project?
there's a whole host
I think,
of us.
to be honest, like the best thing to do is like for individual queries about individual projects, the best thing to do is probably talk to your RLC, just
Okay.
rather than because rather
Sorry,
than getting into the whole detail of the proposal here.
Perfect, thanks.
Thank you. Sean.
Hi, how's it going? Thanks so much for today. Oh, sorry. Can you hear
Go
me?
ahead. Thank you. Yes, we can. Thank you.
So I work for Fighting Words. We're a creative writing organisation, and we're looking at applying for a local project. But I haven't read the guidelines or the exploit the website too much. But just in terms of difference of scope or scale between the national and the local level, like is there an ideal amount of counties to be included? Can you still work with like a local partner organisation if you're applying nationally? Like, is there any big pointers?
Yeah, and we're happy to speak to you separately about that. I guess we're looking with national projects that they would have a greater remit. So, for example, whilst they, Sinead mentioned earlier about Numeracy Meets was led by organisations. So there was the Cork organisation and university linking with the National Adult Literacy Agency to develop a resource that then could be used by anybody around the country. If you're planning to produce something or to run a program that then can be replicated or piloted with a view to, having a greater national reach, well, then that could be considered a national project. So we're happy to speak to you separately about that if you want.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the other hands are up from previously. Bridie, is your hand up from previously? We have.
Actually, I'm just there.
Yeah.
When you say €1,000, is that €1,000 in total or €1,000 for each piece you buy?
It's €1,000 in total.
In total. Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you. And Petra.
Yeah. Hi, how are you? I suppose my question is more in relation to the definition of innovative. For us, it can be innovative just getting people inside the room, in the door. And I suppose, have you a broader definition of innovation? I suppose given that we're working with vulnerable communities, working with the traveller community where literacy is a significant issue that's impacting an awful lot, is it a literacy approach that has to be innovative, or can the innovation be just in actually engaging with the groups that we'd want to work with?
Yeah, it can be. So it's something that hasn't been tried before. And if there's a case to say that, well, it's innovative in that you haven't worked with this group of people before, or you perhaps have a different way of recruiting them, well, then that would be considered, definitely.
There's another few questions, Claire, just in the panels. We've answered the equipment one. So there's one, is it best to use the same collaborators as last year or move to a different group? So again, I think talk to your regional literacy coordinator. Depends on what you want to do with this. Is it the same group? Is it and Petra's question there is the innovation piece being something that hasn't been tested and done before. So I would refer that person, I think, to their regional literacy person to chat with them. Keith did have a query about everyone on the call where people don't know each other. Now, I don't think we can't just take blanket emails and whiz them out to people. So Bernie, as she suggested, look, if you contact again your regional literacy coordinator in your region, or if it's a national project, please email ourselves here and we'll have a chat to you and we'll try and link you up as best we can, I think is the best we can do there. And then Siobhan's question was, is it okay to just partner with the local ETB? But that's happened before. Yeah, one organisation and your ETB is perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Another question there that Aoife, there's a lovely connection there. So Aoife's linking in with Mandy and Access there. So linking in with Mandy and Access.
Great. Okay, if there isn't any more questions.
Sorry, just really quick. Yeah, we're looking at a national project. So who's the contact for the national project? Sorry, if you could put that up in the chat, that would be great.
Yeah, we'll do that now. So for any national queries, allinnovation@solas.ie, and one of us will get back to you. So I'll just put that up. Helen, would you mind just writing that into the chat there? And if anybody wants any questions after this meeting, please, again, email allinnovation@solas.ie. It's just going into the chat now. We will share this presentation out with all our contact details as well. But if we can provide any assistance, just let us know. Okay, again, just like to thank all of you for taking the time today to show an interest in this. It's really brilliant to see so many people on the call, and indeed, if there's a requirement for more information sessions, we're happy to provide those. We can certainly provide this recording as well to other people who weren't able to make it. So thanks again for your time today, and we look forward to seeing your applications.
Great, thanks very much.
Thanks again. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks very much.
Thanks.